Or is that the Queen? That's to, no, but that's to check it. Yeah. Why is that? What do you mean? Oh. What's that? Yeah. They're fed up. They're fed up. Yeah, it sucks. Because they're not ready.
And I've read all my stuff.
Good.
Now I have to go back and do it again.
That's why I don't even, I just peruse it first.
Good morning. I'm going to call the October 10th, 2023 council meeting to order. Was there anybody registered for the open mic? No. Is there anybody here wishing to speak at the open mic? Perfect. I'm going to do an adoption of the agenda. I have two items to add. One is on derelict properties, which will be 15.3, and adding to closed session, 14.3 will be development. Was there anything else? Nope. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, could I have a point of order, please?
Of course.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you on being elected chair of Alberta municipalities. I think it's a real honor, and it's really good for the city of Wetaskiwin. Citizens don't realize the access you have to ministers and the government, as well as what you learn when you're there, which also is definitely an asset. So on this auspicious occasion today, being World Mental Health Day, I would like to congratulate you on your election.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the support that I get from council. Item 4.1, approval of the regular council meeting minutes for September 25th, 2023. Councillor Nielsen, any errors or omissions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8.1, delegation. We have the chair of the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation, WFCF, joining us this morning. Welcome, Marlon. Is the mic on, Dean?
I'm getting a glare. It's not even off my phone. No, it's not. What's that? Is your mic on?
Welcome.
Thank you, mate.
Just make sure you're speaking right into the mic, so you might have to turn it either way for whoever's speaking. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlon Pinaso, the chairman of the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation. Together with me is the first chairwoman of the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation. At the same time, she is our advisor this time in the person of Mrs. Nelia Zelt. So we are here today to present to you, to everyone, our project, our proposal, which is what we call something that will support the 50-year plan, a strategic plan for the city of Wetaskiwin. So first and foremost, our foundation is actually incorporated sometime in 2016. So that was in May 2016. And then recently we have 216 active members of Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation. This foundation is actually governed by, controlled and managed by 11 board of directors with 6 board of advisors at the same time. The foundation currently is very active in numerous activities in the city. Not only in the city, but we as well participated in different activities in the inter-province. So the association is engaged in not in just one aspect, but we are also engaged in social, cultural, sports events and initiated by all those events initiated by other communities in the neighboring communities in town. So basically, our association in Wetaskiwin, as a registered nonprofit organization, we have been engaged not only in one community, but all throughout the province. So we are engaging multicultural diversity. That is why this is one of our reasons why we are here today. So we want to expand, we want to embrace diversity, not in just one aspect, not in just one community in town, but even outside community, outside Wetaskiwin. So recently, the board of directors with the advisors, we had the recent session, and then we made a plan on how we could support the city in terms of the 50-year strategic plan and vision of the city council. So one of this is we want to, based on, aligned with our bylaws of the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation, what we are proposing today, why we are here today, is we want to have what we call the annual Wetaskiwin United Heritage Festival. So the purpose of this is to empower the community and increase the roles, the various communities in the changing landscape of Wetaskiwin and its surrounding communities. So the objectives for this are the following. We want, as one community, as a registered nonprofit organization, we want to enhance members' volunteerism and community leadership through community engagement. So this is very clear and very specific, that as one community, at the end of the day, regardless of culture, regardless of religion, regardless of whatever affiliation we have, we are one community. So as one community, we want to embrace diverse culture. So we want to promote as well physical, social, cultural, mental health, and wellness across all ages. So we don't discriminate regardless of religion, regardless of age, regardless of sexes, but we are as one community. Within our program, we embrace everybody. And another thing here, one of our objectives for this proposed project is the creation of the preventive initiatives such as literacy, cultural, sports, and social program. The fourth is collaborative promotion of peace. This is aligned with number one point in the 50-year vision strategic plan of the City Council, which is the promotion of peace and the multicultural diversity. Fifth, is the establishment of well-structured and welcoming communities. So as we know, like right now, our city is I'm not very sure as to the figure, but we're still maybe in the third or the fifth as to with the most high number of crimes, right? Crime rates. So the Filipino community as one community, we will be a partner, we'll be partnering the city, we will be helping, we will be promoting this what we call peace. So in a way that there will be unity among people here, because we know that we are quite diverse in its nature. So we have to establish a well-structured and welcoming community for the new immigrants through integration. So as far as my work is concerned, like in our office right now, we have lots and lots of immigrants coming in with Wetaskiwin. And I noticed that most of these immigrants, they don't have this basic English language. That is why this is our goal as well, to help these people, because as soon as we can help these people like learn the basic English language, we can help them bring into the workforce at the same time. So bringing them into the workforce, meaning helping them to get to learn the basics, how to how to bring their feet into the workforce. So that way we could help as well grow, we could help the revenue of the city in terms of businesses. So labor market and civic participation. And lastly, at the end of the day, this is our main objective why we are here today. It's because we want to develop a resource hub and a community and a support for the community. So this resource hub, what we're aiming here is, we want to have one day a center, or I would say a small office probably, that will cater all these clients that we will have. The programs that we will be having will be instilled in this office. So we want some kind of a specific location in the city where we can implement, we can share, we can deliver our services. So all these objectives can be attained if and only if the members of the City Council and all the stakeholders who are here today would support our proposal, which is what we call the annual Wetaskiwin United Heritage Festival. This annual Heritage Festival is actually a multicultural heritage festival, but we will start within small communities around the city and even neighboring cities. So I spoke with the Filipino communities in Cameros and in Lidup. They will be participating in this. The Punoka communities as well, and then we have the Ukrainian communities. We have the Pride communities, and then we have the First Nations communities. So all these communities, maybe 5 or 6 this time, we are in the process of negotiating them. And then once this negotiation, as soon as this will be approved by the City Council, we will make this plan finalized. So this will be like an integration or a collaborative effort of all these different communities in order for us to, at the end of the day, deliver these programs that we initiated, that we have in place as part of our plan. So our desired objectives here for this program, for this plan is, we have to equip the WFCF here is the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation, leaders and volunteers. So for this program, we're aiming to have at least 30 volunteers for this Multicultural Heritage Festival. So equipping these leaders and volunteers with knowledge and skills to get grasp with issues and concerns affecting our community. And of course, develop the resource hub and support for the people. And on the other side there is, we have to develop and implement a well-coordinated plan of activities. As you notice on the last page of this document there, you can see the action plan as to how we're gonna implement the program or the festival. So it's a detailed plan there. And then through this project, we were able to identify 6 community projects. So we have volunteerism, leadership, physical, mental, social, literacy, sports, and multicultural diversity. The WFCF, our organization, together with our volunteers, we're aiming to have this multicultural event, Multicultural Heritage Festival, on the 2nd week of June, beginning 2024, specifically 2nd Friday and 2nd Saturday. So this is a 2-day event. So this will start on June 2024, the second Friday and Saturday. So what we're gonna do here is there will be like information drive. So we'll be conducting like surveys and all like gathering information for these identified individuals based on their identified needs. So as soon as the festival will be successful, as soon as everything will go, because this will be like an ongoing proposal, so which will start next year. So as soon as this will be fully implemented, so these are the objectives that we are going to carry out. So we have to conduct information drive because we want to identify who are the specific targets for this program. So the end beneficiary of this program, as soon as we are stable in terms of this festival, is we will be catering all these individuals as we go with our slides here. So we will be providing social assistance to the less fortunate. So this is the first one. So the less fortunate, the vulnerable individuals, especially the youth at risk and the seniors. So we will be establishing within our hub, we will be establishing different programs that would cater specifically the youth and the risk the youth at risk and the seniors. So in the past, during pandemic time, that was 2020, if I'm not wrong, or 2021. If you monitor the Wetaskiwin Times, we were published there. Our foundation was published in that newspaper because, in spite of being in the highlight of pandemic, our association, in spite of being, I would say, unstable in terms of finances, but we were able to produce bags and bags, hundreds of bags of canned goods, and we were able to distribute this one, give this one to the less fortunate people within Wetaskiwin. So it was quite heart alarming because, like, when I shared this story to one of the funders in Calgary, and then they said, like, I did not expect that a small community with a small group of people, a small community of Filipinos in Wetaskiwin, but we were able to reach out these hundreds of locals in Wetaskiwin, and they were the recipients of this hundreds of bags of canned goods. That was during the highlight of pandemic. So regardless of how tight in terms of AHS policies that time, but we were able to deliver the services in accordance, in compliance with all those procedures. So I would say, I was very thankful to the mayor because the very first day that we initiated that plan, I coordinated with the mayor, and then he gave us the permission for as long as we will follow the AHS guidelines. But then luckily we were able to deliver, and I was so touched because couple and numerous people were commenting in a Facebook and now even in the newspaper, or even they talked to us personally, and then I could see their tears running from their eyes because they were not able, they did not realize that there is this group of people, us, as one community, who were able to reach them, especially during those pandemic time. So that is why we are asking. It's quite obligatory, right? So sorry, but I am asking a support from the city because the Filipino community, as being a small community, but we have a huge heart to help the city. But this time we are quite limited in terms of resources. That is why we are here today. So the next is we have to collaborate with the city and other providers as catalysts in the promotion of peace. So as we mentioned, we have sports and those other social activities that we will be providing. So the target of this is we have to start implementing this one sometime in July 2024. So if we can finish the festival on June, then we have to start immediately the program. That is why we are here today for your support, whether or not you are with us with this plan. And then, of course, as part of our activities here, there will be documentations, contrast, and synthesis, outcomes of the association's general. There is what we call evaluation here. So the time frame for this one is sometime on December 2024. So as the project continues, at the end of the year, there is what we call synthesizing, or I would say contrasting, or I would say we will be conducting surveys as to whether or not the program was successful, whether or not there will be something that needs to be revised or to be improved, or something that is an information that is given by our funders or our partners as part of the improvement for the program. And then lastly, we have to maintain or develop an action plan. So in here, this action plan must be completed. This action plan here shows how to sustain the program. So this program is not just for one day, it's not just for 1 year, but this is an ongoing action plan. This action plan must be evaluated, and then the result of the evaluation must be submitted to the funder sometime in January 2025. And then as you can see, on the board there, or on the screen, so those are the breakdowns of the expenses that we might have for the festival. So we have there the logistics. So all those programs are actually, all those expenses are based on the different committees, and then the committees submitted the report as to what are the expenses in order for them to deliver the services during the festival implementation. So roughly, all those would sum up to 10,000. So as you know as well, the foundation submitted the grant proposal at the same time in relation to this festival. And then that is just a rough estimate of our expenses. And then if you go to the next slide, there is none there. So although it's not there, but then there is a specific, I would say that right now, oh, there you go. It's right there. So on the right side there, on the left side of the screen, those are what we call the expected revenues. So the first item there is we're hoping. This is just, right now it's floating in the air, right? Because this is subject to your deliberation, guys. We're hoping to get, like, based on the grant, because the maximum amount there that you can give is 10,000. So we just maximize our request, and then that is 10,000 there. So currently, based on our bank statement, our treasurer is there. Our treasurer, Adelara, is present today. So based on our record, we have $3,900 in bank. So that is our cash on hand right now. And then we're aiming as well to gather like donations from our partners in town. So we just have the minimum because like, you know, like this time it's hard to gather cash from all the stakeholders outside. So we just have the minimum value there, 1,000. And then fundraising, we're planning to have an online 50-50. As you, I am very proud to say that Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation was able to receive a permit from AGLC. So we could be able to conduct 50-50 draw or whatsoever raffle draws up to a maximum of 20,000 grand prize. So if we can partner all these businesses in town plus our efforts plus the efforts of the city council, so I think this program will not be impossible. This will become there is a huge possibility that this will turn into a realistic one. So the total expenses overall there is 15,400. That was taken from the two different expenses on the board. So first is the expected expenses for the festival. So for the festival, we're targeting about 10,000. And then on the other side there, the right side on the very end, is the initial expenses, initial expected expenses for the program. So once the festival is in place and it's ongoing, then we will start immediately the following month the program, which we have to deliver all the social services. And then the expected expenses there is around 5,400. So we have to buy, our target here is how could we deliver? How could we deliver our services? How could we help our youth? How could we help our seniors? How could we deliver the services that we are planning to have if we don't have those office supplies? So that is why we are thinking, we are planning to secure at least 2 computer sets with 2 computer tables. We have their office supplies. We have their, I cannot see, I'm so sorry, advertising and communication. So all in all there, we will have like a total of 5,400. So initially, like right now, what we have on hand is only the 3,900. That is why in order for us to start the social programs that the community is planning to have, is we will have this annual festival which will be held every June of the year. So beginning next year. But then as we know that during the festival, there will be expenses incurred as well. That is why we submitted this grant to your office, to the city. At the same time, we are doing our best. We are doing our best to connect our community partners in town. So this is a collaborative effort, not just the city council, not just the city of Wetaskiwin, but this includes as well all businesses, all stakeholders, all funders, however, and then we're trying as well as one community. There is this what we call G10, which is actually the group of all Filipino associations throughout Alberta. So I am very proud to say that I am one of the directors in that all over Alberta. And then we are trying to connect and gather funding from them as well in order for us to sustain this program. So rest assured, City Council, that once this program is concerned or is implemented, we will not be relying solely on the funds provided by the city if there will be, but we will be doing outsourcing as much as we can to a point where we have to extend our linkages even throughout the province just to implement and sustain this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to accept as information if council so pleases. Go ahead.
I move that City Council accepts the presentation of the Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation as
Moved
information.
by Councilor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Marlon, thank you very much for your presentation. I want to thank you and your committee for a lot of work, and what you presented today was very thorough and very informative. I personally think that this will be a great thing for our community. Not only what would happen those 2 days, but then the net benefits to the community afterwards as well.
Right.
So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Marlon and committee. On your expense side, on your expense sheet, Marlon, I've got to find it again here now. There we go. You've indicated $10,000 for the event, $5,400 for the for programming in support of seniors and youth. But under office and rental, there is no cost attached to that. So what are your plans in regard to that one?
Thank you so much, Councilor Wayne. Actually, there is a note there that for the office and the rental, because that is our main problem right now. We have the heart, we have this set of volunteers, 30 identified volunteers right now, plus the strong 11 board of directors and 6 advisors, but we don't have the office where we could put all our office supplies, we could start our program to be in place. That is why we are here today, knocking your heart. If you can help us provide even like a very, like maybe a 10 by 10 foot, like square foot, like space for us to start. That is why I put there, like, we need support from the city and all stakeholders or partners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my next question, Marlon, is in relation to how do you envision staffing the office? Like,
Thank you so
you've got to
much.
have people in the office if you're going to be receiving phone calls or communications
Right.
from people in need.
Thank you so much, Councilor. That is one of the points that we discussed during our board meeting. So as soon as we have the office where we could sit down, we could cater, or we can implement our programs, through volunteerism, there is always at least 2 individuals, officers and volunteers. So if not 2, maybe more. But we have to arrange our scheduling, but there is always at least 2. So who will be monitoring all this. But the question, the thing here is, we have to as well, as part of the office, we have to establish this what we call a hotline. This is what we call like our direct line, where actually right now, if you will search online in Google, if you will type Wetaskiwin Filipino Community Foundation, you will see our website there. And then the number there is my personal number. So I received numerous calls every month. Like that last month, I received 59. The other month, I received 62 calls asking for our services. But then I explained to them that this is this is actually an ongoing like plan for now, and then we're close to a point where we have to sit down right here. But they are asking for us to our services, us to our support. Then in our Facebook page, because this is open to the community, I received like multiple messages saying, how can you help the homeless in Wetaskiwin? So it was quite heart alarming as one community, because I, as the chairman of the Filipino Community Foundation, I have a huge heart to help this, but I can't for now because we don't have the resources. But to answer that question is, we will have a line that is accessible to all clients once the office is in place. That is why that is part of our budgeting there, communication and transportation. So we will be having a line that is accessible, open to our clients.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through the chair then to Sue, if I may. I read just the other day on one of our, it may have come out through Alberta Immunities or something, there was a provincial grant for up to 2-day events where people would come in from outside the organization. I don't know if that is something that is specific to the city to apply for, or whether that would be something that would be available for community organizations to apply for. And I'm just wondering if you know anything about that at all.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, most of the initiatives put forward by AB Munis are also available for our community nonprofits. So I could have a look at that particular one and pass on the information.
It just came out in the last week or so.
Okay.
So, thank you very much, Marlon.
You're welcome.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Marlon, thank you so much for this presentation. I love you guys are so organized. That's the thing, is every slide has like a wealth of information. So that's the thing, is that like I'm never without the information because you guys just have everything here. But I'm really excited for you guys and excited for everything that you guys do. And thank you so much for being so passionate about our community and wanting to bring the community together. I really like what I see, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Marlon, thank you for your presentation. It's very well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wonder, once you're up and going, you will not be coming back to the city for money. You hope to be self-sufficient. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Rain or shine, we will be here to support the vision of the city council.
Okay. And is there anybody out there who would be willing to sponsor? Have you looked for sponsors for these events or for the different committees that you have?
Right now, we have different committees, and each committee is looking for different sponsors as well.
Okay.
So we will be looking for sponsors for our portalet, because I'm so sorry, I forgot to mention that this festival is proposed to happen in our Jubilee Park along the main street, 50th Street. And then I know you read the proposal already.
Yes.
So we are planning to close from Water Tower down to No Frills, and then we have to put up there these amusement rides, and then within the Jubilee Park we will have the vendors, and then yes, we will be looking for different sponsors. So that is why this event is a collaborative effort of the City Council, the Filipino community, because as you all aware that right now we are the largest minority in town, with a population registered to roughly 922 something people. So plus maybe more. So, I mean, as far as the database is concerned, I stole that. I'm so sorry. I stole that information from one of the office personnel here in the city hall. So I was searching online and I found, oh, there is the information. So we're looking for partners, we're looking for support. That is why we are now in the process of tapping all these business sectors in the community. Because working hand in hand together as one community, this huge burden can be lessened, right? I would say what's the term? Our stress can be lessened if we are going to share the stress to you guys as well.
As long as I can share my stress with you.
That is one of my strategies how to mitigate stress.
And I have,
It's not stress, it's helping each other.
Helping each other.
I just have one final question. Is the faith community going to be involved? Have you talked to the Ministerial Association and the other
Yes.
churches in our community?
That is why we have our advisor as well, Pastor Antonio, as
Yes,
one representing the faith community.
Okay.
Yeah,
and-
because we are catering regardless of whatever affiliation they may have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
then I am so very positive about this program, because once the people will come out, they will start embracing how to participate and how to join the vision of the city. Because right now our city is quite scary, is it not? Right? It's a bit, right? But it's a reality. But then once we have this in place, this could be like a process, a starting point where people will come out and gather and embrace each other. So this is the way where we can promote peace and unity among constituents within our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you all for the work that you do in the community. I know that it is tireless and you guys are full of energy, so I appreciate that. This is the vision that I have for the community, and things that I want to promote within our city is the community members taking the ownership and wanting to make the community a better place and make it something that they're proud of and where they live. And you guys have been doing that for a number of years, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing. So I'm looking forward to being able to help you with whatever we can here in the near future.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Take care.
Thank you. Any other questions? No more.
Just one last thing, because I've been the oldest in the group. I've been here since 1990, and I've been volunteering in TALs in the city. We have the Olympics at that time, and so we are really doing volunteers. But the thing is, we are just handful of Filipinos during my time. And now I see, oh gosh, we have so many Filipinos now. Now we can do a lot of things, and with the help of my brain partner here. And I hope it will go through, and I hope we can put in your heart that you will grant this request that we are asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and the members of the City Council, rest assured the Filipino community will continue to support you guys to build a better Wetaskiwin for the next generation ahead. Thank you.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried No, we're good. I had to ask them to make sure that they all approve this presentation. So we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to Committee of the Whole, 9.1 Airport Tax Business Case Update.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are bringing back the airport tax business case update. Council had approved during budget a tax rebate for a certain segment of the airport properties. And at the time, we had told Council that we could create a subclass, and we have since found out that that is not completely accurate. However, in speaking with our assessor and city staff, the best option that Council has is to create a bylaw that would allow this rebate to be considered each year during the budget process. And just gave you a little bit of background in the RFD, but basically our motion is that a Council direct administration to draft a bylaw and bring it back for Council's consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the airport tax business case update report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sue. So going forward, you're looking to bring back a bylaw that would just go until it is changed, or every year at budget we would have to debate the issue?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we would bring back a bylaw that stays in place until a council redacts it.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Sorry, not redacts. Repeals.
Repeals.
No, that's good. Did you have anything?
No.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9.2, Service Level Inventory Report, Public Works, Parks. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. So I have with me today Trina McCarroll. She helped our Parks Department with this service level inventory. So administration did develop this service level inventory to provide an enhanced level of transparency and accountability for programs delivered by the Parks Operations part of the Public Works Department. This inventory will act as a proactive management tool to ensure programs delivered in the community align with existing personnel resources. The service level inventory is organized by each program that we offer to the community. Where applicable, sub-programs have been identified to ensure that all aspects of the program are captured. Program descriptions for each program and sub-program have been provided to ensure the context of the program is documented so that the community can understand the exact program that we deliver. Administration has documented what governs the standard for program delivery, details of the level of service provided to the community, and targets that will help administration evaluate whether the program delivery is meeting the community's expectations. With developing this inventory, we've assessed existing resources, although there has been limited data documented in the past to provide specific resource availability for each program. But in the end, we would look to council for their input on these services and gather feedback, and we'll bring back the report to a future council meeting for formal approval. Lisa, are you able to bring up the information, please? Thank you. So I'll just walk you through some of the programs here. So within the parks area, we have grass care and maintenance in parks and sports fields. So with that, we have the maintenance of grass in the parks and also maintenance of grass on sports fields. Majority of the parks operations have just been past practice. We do have some policies that have been approved by council, and some service levels that have been in front of council before. We've done an estimated number of employees required to look at at each program. So these aren't full-time equivalents. They are not confirmed numbers. These are current estimates of what we've done over the past season. Parks amenities maintenance, so this involves any of the garbage cans, outdoor lighting, bike racks, benches, picnic tables, things like that within our parks. Urban forest care and maintenance, so this has 3 different components with tree care and maintenance in natural areas, tree inspections, and tree planting. So this follows our urban forest sustainability policy that council has approved. Pest and weed control, so this would be any pests within the city, and then weed control, dandelions, thistles, those kinds of things within our park areas. Cemetery maintenance, so we have our Wetaskiwin Cemetery and our Memorial Cemetery, so we've split them up based on the fact that Memorial Cemetery is a partnership with Wetaskiwin County. So this involves sales and services and then maintenance of the actual cemeteries. Our outdoor rinks maintenance, graffiti removal and vandalism control and repair, so this is split into municipal infrastructure versus any of our commercial, industrial, and institutional buildings that are privately owned. And then we have our community garden and flower bed care and maintenance, so flower beautification through the city, and then our community garden maintenance that we have in 2 different locations within the city, and any special event support. So this is basically setting up and tearing down chairs, tables, stages, things like that for any of our special events, community functions, and city-sponsored events. So if there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Billingsley. Well,
Sorry, through the chair to Kathy.
and we'll make a motion.
Oh, you need a motion first, don't you? I move the City Council accepts the report titled Service Level Inventory Report, Public Works Parks, dated October 10, 2023, as
Moved by
information.
Councillor Billingsley, go ahead.
Thank you. When you talk about number of employees, that's, like if I look at grass cutting, or any of them for that matter, you talk about 20 to 1 or 2. Is that full-time? Like, in other words, of those 20, would they be doing any other duties? So, for example, you look at tree inspections, you have 1. Is that all that person does?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, no, that is not all they do.
Okay.
So when we say, for example, the 20 employees for grass care and maintenance, this would be these people doing grass care for a few hours, then they might move to weed control and then bounce through to different items that the Parks Department is doing. So that 20 is basically any of our seasonal employees plus some full-time that would be working on those at any given time, I guess.
Good. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy, I have a few questions actually. So under the urban forest care maintenance, one of the things it says is no urban forest pest control at this time. Does that mean that we're not checking the trees for Dutch elm disease at this time, or does that mean that we're just not treating any?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatt, so this would just, they're still doing tree inspections, of course.
Okay.
But we can't get to every tree in the city through the city, or through the summer, pardon me. But at this point, we've not noticed any Dutch elm disease, so nothing has been treated, but it is definitely being looked at through the different parks. And
Okay. And it also says that pruning has decreased approximately 70% since 2018 due to staffing shortages. Do you have a ballpark figure of how many staff you think would be needed in order to have that level of service back up to 70%?
through the chair to Councillor Blatz, at this point, we don't have an estimate at this time. We haven't been collecting data for a long period of time, and then of course with turnover. We've just lost some data over the years, and then moving toward trying to prune this. Of course, we're planting trees every year, and then we're not able to, well, especially in the last few years since COVID really, had enough employees to stay on top of this program.
Okay. Then I think that Councillor Billingsley asked my last question, so thank you.
Can I add to that, please? Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, some of the other, all of council really, the service levels that are presented can be completed with the staff that we have currently. If council wants to see changes to any of the service levels, we would need to consider staffing changes then. But specifically to the pruning, we have been going through and removing unnecessary shrubbery and things like that to try and get some of that stuff under control so that we don't have to get back to those levels and have excessive summer staff just to prune things that don't make sense. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. So are we up to date on aeration? In other words, have all of our parks annually been aerated? Or is that the standard we're trying to hit?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is the standard we are trying to hit, yes.
And how are we doing against that standard?
I can't comment at this point. I'd have to go back and find out.
Okay, thank you. And as relates to pruning, we're 6 years behind. So what are the impacts of not pruning?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so I'm not a tree expert, of course, but it would essentially have potential for branches falling, things like that, trees dying and not being on top of it, and it's catching up when things actually happen instead of doing preventative maintenance.
So if we have tree pruning in our level of inventory, but we're not doing that activity, I guess my question would, why is it in our level of service? Because it's not a service that we're providing.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we are pruning trees, we're not keeping up with how many trees we have and what the standard is for pruning.
And so then in relation to Sue's comment that we have the staff, but council will have to give direction to change some levels of service to make that happen. I guess my question would then be, what are your needs in relation to tree pruning? In other words, do we need, hypothetically, and I don't know how you gauge this, 100 hours of tree pruning? So now we, as council, have to decide what other 100 hours would come out of service levels to accommodate that? Or are we talking about 20 hours? And what would that impact in terms of this department?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to have to talk to our parks team directly and see number of hours that they feel are required to get to every tree according to our policy.
Thank you. And my last question is on routine tree planting. What is routine planting?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, this would be if a tree dies, we would replace it, or if I guess this is also included in the food forest at Montgomery Park. So we would be planting trees to ensure that if anything died, we would be able to replace it or just be able to maintain the forest health.
So right now, our tree planting is replacement only? We're not adding to the tree canopy?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we have, over the last few years, we've added to the number of trees that we've had. For example, at the wastewater treatment plant, when we started construction, we had to remove a bunch of trees to build the facility. So we are, over the last summer, we planted more trees at Sacred Heart School and different areas so that we could replace that canopy, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kathy, for answering all these questions. I have a few as well. Related to aeration, my question was about the ball diamonds and the shale diamonds that a number of ball players have suggested that we're not aerating them enough, that they're pretty rock solid, and it could cause injury and things, as well as the ball comes up pretty fast and pretty hard sometimes when it's on those diamonds. So it used to be something that the city did on a regular basis, on an annual basis, and I don't know if it's being done anymore. So that's something to think about anyway. And when we have Charlie Brown type evergreen trees in our community, they might as well be dead, but they're not. And wouldn't it be nicer to replace them with another evergreen as opposed to just, this is just my aesthetic eyes looking at it, but they don't seem to add a lot to our canopy when they're just kind of the spindly little, skinny little tree. And I know it sounds foolish, but I think we could beautify our city by replacing some of those too. I sent out other questions. Are you okay if I ask them? Okay. I'm going to ask one that's not there. Do we need to increase the wages for our summer students so that we would be more attractive to summer students looking for jobs? Are we below market level when it comes to paying our summer students?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the wage, salary survey will be discussed with council during budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go. Is there a schedule for garbage pickup on the downtown and the Bark Park and by the Lake Park, Jubilee Park, the garbage cans there? Is there a schedule, or is it visual? I drive by and I see that it's full and they stopped it?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, there is a schedule, but it's done by our waste management group, not our parks group.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's not on these service levels. It's through waste management.
Oh, okay, because I had some concerns from the Bark Park people that their garbage wasn't being picked up. When it comes to picking up garbage in our recreation parking lot, again, we used to have staff from the recreation facilities go out and clean the park, especially if we were having an event. If we're having a tournament on a weekend or swim meet or something, they would clean the parking lot. Is that still part of their schedule?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, so between the recreation department and waste management, whenever they're around, they're collecting trash when they're around that space. So yes, it is still being done through different departments.
Okay. Some Friday afternoons when the week of school has been finished and around the school and the skate park is not always very attractive. And just snow removal at By the Lake Park. Do we ever clean off By the Lake Park to make it a skating rink, an ice oval, anything like that? And that's kind of recreation, but it's also part of a maintenance program if we had something to go out, so that people may be encouraged to skate outside as opposed to looking to our arenas.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, so we do have our outdoor skating rinks.
Yes.
Administration's recommendation is not to be able to utilize By the Lake Park water for skating because it is a stormwater management facility. There is risk for the water, or the ice not being thick enough, and things like that, because we can't control the water coming in or leaving. So there's definitely a risk, but I know we were looking into that to see what that could look like for skating.
Okay, thank you. Do we make special provisions for Jubilee Park and By the Lake Park with flowers, with cutting and everything else, as they are the two showcases of our community that are used a lot, and visitors use them as well? Do we pay more attention to those two parks?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, all of our parks are on, I guess, a schedule for maintenance, but if council would like administration to focus more on specific parks, that's certainly something
Okay.
we can do in our service levels.
I have one other thing that, how do we, and I guess Trent is here too, but how do we enforce people not parking on our grounds? Like when we have outdoor rinks, when we have tennis courts, people have this tendency not to want to walk to the place where they're going to exercise. And it seems sort of an anomaly that they don't want to walk. They have to have their car parked right next to the skating rink. And I don't know. Maybe it doesn't kill the grass in the summertime, but I just wondered about that. That was all. I think I've asked enough questions. I just related to, I guess, no, that'll come under community standards. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kathy, for your patience with me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? For budget, can we get costs on what an outdoor rink costs to build, in case the level of service that council sees or has heard to have additional rinks cleared or made? The skate trail as well, and then the 2 to 3 times of the maintenance and flooding, maintenance on those rinks, outdoor rinks. Just so we have an idea of what that would cost if we want to add or take away some of those rinks, what kind of budget impact it would have. When does mowing stop in the fall?
To the chair, it basically depends on the growing season. So if it remains that things are still growing, we're still going to be cutting the grass.
I've noticed a couple of the parks that probably could use it, so I just wondered if there was a point in time that they stopped and then that was it, or if they continued to do that maintenance.
No, they would continue to do that.
Okay. When we're behind on tree pruning or any other kind of work within the city, and this is more of a generalized question, I guess, is what are our options for contracting work like that out? I know that there's a number of companies in the community that look after maintenance, pruning, cutting. When we're short on staff, I'm assuming that if we set a level of service that our budget reflects that. Is there a way that we can contract that additional work out that isn't getting done because we are short-staffed, or if they're busy doing something else?
So to the chair, at this point, because we don't budget for contracted services of that, we would have to very likely have an increase to the budget to be able to do contracted tree pruning.
If we have that level of service, and we're not meeting that level of service that council has approved, can we then have that conversation? If that needs to come back to council, can that come back to council so that we have an understanding of what's happening, the work that isn't being done, and how much it's going to cost to have that level of service met?
Absolutely.
Okay. And earlier this year, I brought to the attention the new diamond that was finished and a bunch of deficiencies that were happening at that diamond, and I haven't played any fall ball, so I don't know if that work was done or if that was going to be brought back during budget deliberations for additional costs next year to bring that diamond up.
To the chair, I will have to look into that.
Okay. And then I had a request, and I don't know if it's possible, and I know that septide comes into play, but some kind of bush or something planted along the gravel road between the landfill road and behind Peace Hills and the dog park. just having some kind of barrier either from the wind or the dust that are coming into the park there. And I don't know if that's a level of service or just something that administration sees as a need. But again, I recognize that having that open allows for enforcement to go by there and be able to see that nothing nefarious is going on. That's all I had. Councillor Nielsen.
Just point of clarification. So are you requesting that information for budget deliberation, or we will decide at budget deliberation if we're going to ask for that information?
No, I'd like that for budget deliberation.
If we could, then please add aeration onto that as well. Just make sure we're meeting our level
Levels
of service.
Yep.
Thank you.
And if we're not, what is it going to take to get there? And, or do we lower our level of service because we're not willing to pay? Anything further? Go ahead.
Through the chair, could I just get clarification too? So we've talked for a couple of years now about reviewing all of the parks, sports fields, and identifying which ones were primary and tertiary, and then they would have different standards. So are you wanting aeration costs for every park or just the sports fields?
Well, Kathy wasn't able to share with us where we were on aeration. I'd like to know where we are. So if we are supposed to be aerating every year, are we or are we not? And if we're not, why aren't we, and what would the cost be to aerate? And if administration wants to break that out between primary and tertiary, I'm okay with that too.
Okay. I think we need to, because the standard that was set prior, obviously this is the first time council is seeing a lot of this information, and so what we're trying to do is just gather what you want to see in some areas. We didn't have the opportunity to really go through and do that assessment based on utilization, so we could make a preliminary recommendation that we believe these fields should be done every year and these ones every 5th year, et cetera, and then we'll bring that back for council's consideration.
Can that then come back for consideration of a level of service? Because there's no sense of having a level of service saying one thing and it either not being done or us not having the people power to have it done, or even the funds to have it done. So I think the level of service needs to be really clear on what's being happened, and then that then results in what council sees as a budget. So I would hope that if we see this as a level of service, that when administration brings the budget for deliberation, this is what we're expecting because this is what has been budgeted for. And then when that hasn't happened, there would, I hope, be, words are escaping me on a Tuesday morning, a surplus in our budget because we had budgeted for aeration annually, or we had budgeted for mowing weekly, but we don't have the personnel to get that work done. Then we would see a surplus in that, or we would have that ability then to contract that work out to make sure that we're meeting our level of service.
Absolutely, we could have that discussion, but you wouldn't necessarily see a surplus because it could be a staffing issue. So if we've had a hard time getting students or staff that are unavailable to do it, we're not saving for contracted services. So we'll outline all of that and make sure that it's clear on what.
But if we don't have the staff and the work's not being done, it's not being paid for, right?
Yeah, but we can't move staffing dollars into contracted services, right?
And that's fine, and that's why I asked if there was
Exactly.
a shortage of the work being done, that it be brought back to council so that we can make that decision and it not being made for us. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.3, Recreation Board Terms of Reference. Good morning and welcome.
All right, good morning, Mayor Gandam and members of council. It's been a while, I'm a little rusty apparently. So at the June 26th council meeting, council directed administration to draft a terms of reference in order to reestablish the Recreation Board. So the terms of reference that was drafted was done by reviewing what surrounding municipalities have in place and then taking what seemed to make sense for Wetaskiwin. So today, what we're really looking for is council's feedback on the terms of reference, so we can finalize it and bring it back for approval at a future meeting. So really what you guys like about it, what you would like to see changed. I won't go through it point by point, but yeah, outlining the purpose of what the board would do, the scope, the membership, how the meetings would be held, and then some administrative points there as well. So yeah, I'm just here to welcome any feedback that you guys have so we can move this along.
Councillor Nielsen.
I would move the City Council accepts the report titled Recreation Board Terms of Reference as Information, and I do have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair then. Sorry, let me back up. You're looking for feedback, so here's some of my observations. On the rec board, there's no indication or criteria relating to membership. So there's no statement of residency, council, county, Musqueam, city, that kind of thing. And number 18 on the document, the manager of rec to prepare all agendas. So my question is, does the membership, how do we ensure that the membership has input into the agenda?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's a really good point. I guess I was thinking that they would put a call out for agenda items ahead of the meetings, and then that would be compiled in there.
Okay. This document also talks about reporting to council, and there's no identification of how often or when, annually, quarterly, or whatever. I think that's important. And then there's some statements there that say, advise and make recommendations regarding rules and regulations, and advise on initiatives. And I guess my question is, who are they advising? Are they advising council in their annual report or their quarterly reports? Or are they advising the recreation management, and recreation management then comes to council? So just process in terms of, if I sat on the board, I'd like to know sort of how my comments go up the chain of command so that they get actioned. Thank you for the opportunity for input.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair, so under membership 3B, it says one member of city council non-voting. All of our other boards and committees that I know of, they allow the city councilor representative to be a voter, so I was just curious if there was a reason for it being non-voting, or?
We can take that.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Blatz. Typically, on these types of committees, administration sits on the committees as a non-voting member, and so would continue to do so. Oh, council? Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. In the other committees, if you look at the bylaw that designates a lot of this, in the bylaw it says, with the exception of FCSS and library, that these are to be non-voting members of council.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. My two other ones are just spelling errors. So under terms of reference, reference is spelled wrong. And then for under meetings, number 13, special meetings may "nie" called, so change "nie" to "be."
I can do that, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm wondering if we don't look at 3.C of the 5 to 7 representatives, that we include the county, since they, through ICFs, are making a financial contribution to recreation, that we allow X amount of county people as well, because I think it's important that they have some skin in the game and build up that relationship. And I'm just wondering, and this is probably to, well, it is through to administration, the remuneration for boards. If it goes as, or gets passed as is, I know we're looking at possibly doing something for other boards as far as compensating board members. Would we need to come back to each individual
Terms of
board,
reference.
yeah, to do that, or is it a blanket thing?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, if council wanted to consider compensating board members, I think it would need to be each board considered separately.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha. Thank you for doing this, Natasha. Related to membership as well, further to what Councillor Billingsley was stating, I think maybe we should actually state that we have a county councillor. Then they would have somebody, we could still have a county member as well, but a county councillor then would be able to share information and take it back to their council. It would just, and I think the other thing is we should maybe try to get some youth involved. Much of our recreation in our community is for younger people, and we have all these boards, and most of our boards, youth is not represented. And I mean, I don't know how we do it. We could, put out a call and see, but I just think that that's something we should do too. So, but thank you for putting this all together. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? I'd also like to see if somebody from Town Council of Millet would like to sit on the board as well. If we're going to look at regionalization, I thought for sure that the county and a representative from the town of Millet would have the opportunity to be able to sit on that board as well. Anything else? Ready for the question? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 9.4, 2023 Quarter 2 Financial Report.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I'm here to provide you with the 2023 financial report for the quarter ending June 30th, 2023. So the aim of the report is to provide a high-level overview of where the city is in terms of financial performance. As of that date, we had a spending of 41% of our budget. This is on the citywide level. And we collected up to 71% of our expected revenue. I did provide each person with, each council with a detail by department level. So if you need questions there. So right now we're looking at a surplus about 12 million. But again, hasn't fully spent for the year yet. Capital purchase was about 854,000, which is fully funded from grants. The city's investment balance was about 8,774,000, of which 5 million is for general investment and 3.7 million is toward the future liability related to the landfill. We received, based off agreements that we have with different parties, we have been approved and have received about 2.5 million in terms of grants. We have received and haven't spent yet about 74,000, and we can receive up another 943,000. This doesn't include the recurring grants, which are MSI, which is now becoming the LGFF, and the CCBF grants. For those, we have an agreement of collecting 9 million, of which we have already collected 1,345,000, which are also unallocated, which we will be allocating as part of the 2024 budget. And we can receive another 2.8 million from them. And the reason we haven't received that is MSI usually pay us a year after the fact, and CCBF is just waiting on a couple more allocation amounts. The city and the county are actively working towards the intermunicipal collaboration framework. They have received our invoices, and there's just been some discussion on that. In terms of reserves, the city currently has a reserve balance of 17 million, of which 283 are collected and are held on behalf of the library. 4 million of the reserve have been previously committed toward existing projects, and 13 million of the reserve are currently uncommitted. This amount also doesn't include the wastewater and the water reserve, which are part of Peace Hills. Just making sure we know that. The sale of the SCI lands have not been transferred yet as of June 30th, but it will be transfer the reserve by the Q3 report. And also, we are still working on the 2022 year-end financial audit, and that will have an impact on the reserve balances. Significant events that happened after June 30th, which impacts all departments, are the 2023 insurance expense of $462,000 was paid in July. This, we did come back to council to ask for an increase to the insurance budget. MSI operating grant of $178,000 was received in July. CCBF capital grant of $1,482,000 was received in July, and the RCMP operating grant of $943,000 was received in August. So as of June 30th, it looks like the city is in pretty good financial position. Taxation for the year has been completed, and the majority of the potential revenue has been recognized. Both operating and capital expenses are on par to meet budget. And we're hoping to bring you back the Q3 report after the completion of the 22 financial audit.
Good.
I would move that City Council accepts the 2023 second quarter financial report for the period ending June 30th, 2023 as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, through the chair to Rachel. It shows that we've have $18 million that we will potentially bring in taxation.
Yes, and I think by now we've already brought it in. I'm going to open that.
And I guess what my question is, do you have the amount that has not been brought in? In other words, what's receivable in that
yes. I do actually have that. It was 1.13. Yes, I believe it was 1.13 million that we have yet to be collected.
As of June?
As of today.
As of today,
yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Rachel, this could be very well like a really weird question, but I want to ask it anyways because my brain's not computing this. So under our reserve balances, we have community safety. Is that a new reserve? Because I'm just wondering, there's nothing in it, but it says it's the annual transfer of net photo enforcement revenues generated from speed infractions. But we've had photo radar for I think 2 years now, and we still don't have anything in this reserve. So I was just curious if it was a new reserve that we set up, and I just don't remember setting it up.
And so through the chair to Councillor Blatz, the reserve was set up and consolidated. It was set up prior to 2019, but consolidated in 2019 into the new bylaw. And there have been no net proceeds. We are losing money in that area, so there's been no transfers.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Rachel. I'm trying to navigate or figure out the correlation between investment balances and reserves. So under investment balances, 8.7 million, 3.7 is committed. So that's $5 million that is not committed. So is that reserve money sitting in there collecting interest, or what does that?
Are you sorry? You just confirm you're talking about the investment balance part of?
Yeah.
So we do recognize interest income every year, and we transfer that interest income to reserve, but the investment is separate.
Where does your $8 million come from to drop into investments?
That's a good question. I'll have to get back to you on that, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, The investments, when we're not utilizing funds that we collect throughout the year, we do shorter-term investments in a lot of areas. So we could get, I believe in our budget package, we have the investment schedules, or the data, we could get it for you as well. Yeah, so there's a number of different ways, and we also have staff, like if a project isn't expected in the beginning of the year, council approves it, and we've got money approved and sitting there, but we're not going to need it until August or September, we'll invest it in the meantime. So there's a number of different sources that we've got. We've got some longer-term investments as well.
So I would like, personally, and I don't know about my other colleagues, I'd like some understanding of how we're navigating those investment dollars, where those revenues are coming from, where the dollars are coming from to invest, and then subsequently, once we generate interest, where those revenues go to. So for example, if we're pulling money out of a restricted reserve to invest, is a portion of the investment then going back into that restricted reserve, or is it all going into general revenues?
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, I can actually bring up the presentation that we gave to council earlier on investment strategies, and we answered a bunch of those questions, so we can bring that up and resend it to council, and then if there's any other questions on top of that, we can get TYLER to answer them.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, back to Rachel. To follow up on that $1.13 million, is that receivable of 2023 or total receivable of all taxes, back taxes owing?
The 1.13 million of back taxes is just the 2023 amount.
And do you have readily available the total amount?
2.94.
2.84.
94.
Sorry?
2.94.
94,
Yeah.
even worse. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, back to Sue. Just following up on your response, or my question maybe. So when you talk about the tax strategy, or the investment strategies, that will address where the income derived from investments goes to?
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, so we had spoken about which money we're able to use and not use, and which is invested in which areas, and then what the authority is of administration to do investment on the behalf of the organization. So what I'll do is have a look at, I'll relook at that RFD, and then whatever isn't in there, we can get TYLER to answer. So you want to know all the money coming in, what gets of the money coming in, what are we using to invest?
Yes.
Yes, and
What are we
she can
using?
explain
What are
that.
we using to invest? Where the interest is going once it's collected, and is that investment strategy a policy or is it a procedure?
Council never did approve the policy, but currently what we have in the city manager bylaw is that I have the authority to invest on behalf of the organization. So I'll have to go back and look at what Brenda brought forward, and if it wasn't actually approved by council, we could bring it back.
I guess what I'm leading up to in my mind is that we wrestle every year with reserves and are we building reserves and so forth. And I guess part of my question is, if we invest $5 million from the equipment pool into earning us interest because we don't need it right away, if we wanted to build our reserves, wouldn't it make sense for our interest to go back into the reserves from which it was generated? And that would then be building reserves rather than potentially, and I'm assuming some of it's going back into general revenue. So it's just all of that fitting together.
It does. So if it's a restricted reserve, which means that administration is not allowed to spend out of it without council's approval, if that money is getting invested, it goes back into that reserve. The interest that comes from, say, tax dollars that we've collected but we don't need to expend right now, that goes back into general revenues. But there's various sources,
Okay,
so we can.
I'll wait,
yeah.
I'll wait to see that. Thank you very much.
Anything further? For comparison, can we have what we had in reserves and what the city owed from 2013, and then till now, what we have in reserves and what we have on the books in terms of debt?
I could pull that information. Yeah.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We are going to take a 10-minute break.
this on? Good. I'd like to highlight some areas of the report.
Are you ready? Just hang on a sec, Kevin, please.
You're a keener here this morning.
There's a delay between us getting started and the video picking up on that. So you have some really important things to say, and I want that to be captured for the record. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight some areas of the report. First, under longevity, newer fiberglass shingles are estimated to last 25 to 30 years. A metal roof should last an estimated 50 to 60 years. So metal roof lasts twice as long. For cost, though, metal roof are approximately 3 times the cost of a comparable shingle roof. For payback, to last 50 to 60 years, there would be 1 metal roof, but 2 shingle roof replacements would be required over the same time. A third shingle roof replacement would take the roof to 75 to 90 years, exceeding the metal roof in longevity and costing the same amount. For safety, the facility's roof at By the Lake Park is quite high on one side. A metal roof would require a large snow guard to help mitigate snow and ice falling off the roof. Even with a snow guard, large chunks of ice could shear over the top of the guard and slide down the slick metal roof. Venting. Although not included in the original report and the photos, there are a number of vents currently on the roof structure. The consulting company believes the current number of vents is sufficient. Other alternatives are more costly than straight metal roofs, as they include patterns, shapes, and stone granule coating. It is not recommended to use these for this structure. Installation. Estimate that it would take approximately 2 to 3 weeks to install a shingle roof at this facility. A metal roof would require a month or more, plus additional design and specification time, moving this option into 2024. Based on all the above information the administration was asked to review, it is a recommendation to proceed with the shingle roof replacement for this structure.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Got to find it. I move that City Council approves the expanded scope of the Civic Center roof replacement to include the By the Lake Park hall roof replacement with shingles.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Pretty self-explanatory. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 10.2, Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society, approval to repurpose 2023 funding. Councillor Aberle.
May I be removed for pecuniary issues, please?
Asked to be excused for a pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Today I have a report in front of you to provide an overview of a request made by the Heritage Museum to repurpose unused 2023 funding for future years as a result of recent changes by the Heritage Museum Board, as well as complications that have arisen from transition of the archives, city archives. As you folks know, the City of Wetaskiwin currently has an agreement with the Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society to oversee specific special events such as the Taste of Wetaskiwin, as well as to operate the city's archives. In June of this year, the executive director for the museum notified the city administration that the board had decided to reschedule the Taste of Wetaskiwin event to February rather than September on an annual ongoing basis moving forward. This decision was made by the board to ensure that the museum had adequate capacity to oversee the event, as well as to align the event with Canada's Agricultural Day, which better serves as a time for both restaurants and liquor vendors who typically experience a slower season during the winter months. During the same time period, the Heritage Museum had noted challenges to administration in transitioning the overall archives function to the museum. During the transition, the Heritage Museum incurred unexpected costs such as for a security system and archives database. The museum noted that these items had been hard to estimate in their initial expression of interest without access to either the building condition or archives database prior to submission. So the museum had initially budgeted $5,000 for a security system as part of the agreement with the city. However, the actual cost was $9,031. As well, as part of the agreement with the city, the database was excluded and the museum was prepared to cover a user license of approximately $4,000. However, the archives database was found in unmanageable state and the museum needed to expend an additional $10,000 to upgrade and convert the multiple existing databases into one single user-friendly and archives relevant database. So noting these challenges, the Heritage Museum is requesting that the $8,000 in funding that would have been used to support the Taste of Wetaskiwin event in 2023 be repurposed to help offset the unexpected costs in transitioning the archives as noted already in this report. Just the financial implications. The Heritage Museum receives $25,000 annually to support special events as per the terms of our agreement. The museum allocates $8,000 of this total funding out of the 25 to budget for the annual Taste of Wetaskiwin event. For 2023, these funds for the Heritage Museum have already been approved, and in future budget years, it has been built into our administration's budget. From a program and service perspective, the management and administration of the city's archive has been outsourced to the Heritage Museum. This decision may impact the museum's ability to continue to oversee this function on behalf of the city. That's just a minor risk there. In regards to other legislation or agreements, the City of Wetaskiwin and the Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society have an agreement to provide cultural services to the community, and we signed that agreement on December 23rd, 2022. Next steps, administration will action the motion as per council's decision and contact the Heritage Museum to communicate council's decision with their executive director and board. And with that, I can conclude my report and take any questions council might have.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves the Heritage Museum's request to carry forward $8,000 of their 2023 approved funding to help offset the expenses incurred through transitioning of the city archives.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. Paul, will that have any implications for the 2024 Taste of Wetaskiwin?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, my understanding is no. Those monies for 2024 have been budgeted, and at the start of next year, the city administration will provide those monies to the Heritage Museum to oversee the 2024 Taste of Wetaskiwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul. Can you help me, the budget, sorry, the motion is to carry the money forward, but the expense has been incurred in 23. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, correct. So they've already incurred those expenses. What they're requesting is that they're able to utilize that money to offset those expenses.
But wouldn't they want to offset those expenses this year?
Correct. Yeah. So I think I'm just looking at our recommended motion. I think what they're looking for is that the money does not need to be given back and that they're able to use it for alternative purposes. So the motion will need to be adjusted.
Again, through the chair to Paul. What is the process by which the Heritage Museum reports on the expenditure of the funds?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. So in the agreement, we do have in the agreement that the Heritage Museum is to report to council annually, in which case they would provide an overview of their funds during that annual presentation. And in speaking with the executive director for the Heritage Museum, she's identified a willingness to come to council annually in the spring, starting spring of 2024.
And so with this particular request, was there any any verification of those expenses being made? Like, do we have receipts, or is that part of a report that comes after the fact?
through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. We do not, we provide the funding as per terms of the agreement. We do not ask for receipts or anything like that. We don't ask for that documentation at all as per terms of our agreement.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, just according to what Paul has just said and the discussion, I think we need to amend the motion, and I would like to move that the City Council approves the Heritage Museum's request to use 8,000 of their 2023 approved funding to help offset, as opposed to carry forward. Carry forward to me means that we would be taking it into the next year. Thank you.
Yep. So to the amendment. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? The motion will now read, request to use the $8,000 of their 2023 approved funding to help offset the expenses incurred through transitioning of the city archives. Anything further? So some of the an issue that I have is that we signed the contract with the museum last December 2022.
Yeah.
In that agreement, it was one of the parts of the agreement was to host the Taste of Wetaskiwin event in 2023. If it was an event that happened in September and now we're at October 10th, we haven't had any discussion about it not being this year or council's okay with whatever that funding was going to be used for 2023, whether it was returned to council or changing of the schedule to have it happening in February of 2024. I can appreciate that some costs came up that they weren't anticipating, but we still signed an agreement with the museum in regards to what that was going to look like for managing some of these events as well as taking over the archives. So I'm not in support of utilizing or using the $8,000 from an event that was supposed to take place in September to be used to offset unexpected costs for the archives. To me, the two things are totally different, and I won't support the motion. Councillor Elliott?
I understand what you're saying, but my understanding is that the Heritage Museum has one pot of money. They have a budget, and there's the one pot, and they're running on a pretty strict budget right now and don't have a lot of surplus. So not allowing the expenditure of the $8,000 could put them in a financial bind. And I understand what you're saying. They signed a commitment to do what they were supposed to do, but at the same time, we don't want to see the Heritage Museum close because of $8,000. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you completely that the two aren't related. In my opinion, that $10,000, since it wasn't going to be able to be put on, should have been returned back to the city, and then something should have been brought back to council saying, hey, we need the $8,000, and that has never been done. So I too will not be in support.
Councillor Blatz.
I concur with what Councillor Billingsley was saying, that it'd be different if it was come forward ask of, can we have 8,000 to cover that, instead of it being repurposed from an event that didn't happen. So I agree with that statement.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
And I too can't support the motion. I think that I think this council should have been informed well before now. Thank you. I won't support the motion. I think council should have been informed well before now that there was a significant charge to transitioning archives, and we could have had a conversation at that time. To have it dropped on us right now, I don't think is is appropriate. I won't support the motion.
Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Unanimously. Get Councillor Abraham back. Welcome back, Councillor Aberley. Moving on to 12.1, Community Standards Bylaw 2039-23. Good morning, welcome.
Morning. Can you hear us both?
Yeah, just make sure you're speaking right into the mic. Pull it right up close, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm just presenting a couple of recommendations to our current community standards bylaw. Two things that we want to address. One is the amending some of our park and open spaces bylaws into the community standards bylaw, as well as to address some residential parking and storage in residential districts. So I'm just going to kind of speak to the highlighted changes that we're recommending. So basically, most of the changes are in the section 2 of the definitions. So we've added some definitions that address both the open spaces and parking in residential districts that are marked in red. And then the other amendments that we also went into was basically adding sections 46 to 59 in the attached agenda item, which basically addresses the parks and open spaces that from the bylaws that we want to repeal after we make these changes. So basically, I'm not going to go into in-depth what some of the changes are, because I did highlight them in red and it was part of the package. I'm just going to open it up now for questions in regards to the recommended changes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I move the City Council gives first reading to Community Standards Bylaw 2039-23.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen.
And I'm delighted to see this on the table.
And you what, sorry?
I'm delighted to see this on the table.
Councillor Blatz.
This is just a comment. I do like how under firearms it includes catapults, and I'm hoping that that's not an issue in our city, but I'm happy that's there.
It actually in reference to like your slingshots are considered. So that's why we do have some of those issues. So they are included in there, but.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Trent. Trent, when we're talking about camping and things, when we have swim meets and ball tournaments, sometimes people bring a trailer or an RV and park in our recreation parking lot. Now, under the definition, is that not allowed?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott. So basically, it isn't allowed, but then if they do apply for a special event permit, then they can ask for some of that request through that permit. And then if it's approved, then we're made aware just like any other special event.
So if I was putting on a ball tournament, I would just ask for the special permission? Okay. Yes. In Part 1, Section 2, are shale and gravel cement blocks acceptable as a surface as well for parking?
So yeah, so that would where, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott again, so that would where we would work in partnership with land use. So that's why if they agree to that, sidewalk block and stuff is considered hard surfacing, then that we would agree that that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Also, I guess for mentioning it too is this is kind of the precursor to the land use amendment. So right now it's very gray area, but we can work with it. I did have some meetings with Emily here. So once they do the land use amendment, they will make what we put in here even stronger on the land use side as well.
Okay. And I have a comment. I really appreciate the community standards and the community standards bylaw that we have, but it's only as good as the enforcement. And I know you're strapped right now for members, and so I would hope that once you get your total up of staff, then we would be able to enforce some of these. So thank you very much for presenting this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
For clarification, the question you asked, Councillor Elliott, was whether shale and or gravel constituted hard surfacing? And cement blocks. And you said yes, so shale and gravel is considered a non-dust?
So, through the mayor to councillors, so we would say we would refer back to planning and development. So right now, hard surfacing in here, what we have is like concrete, asphalt, or similar material. So that's why we always would get a second opinion from the planning and development, because we work in partnership.
So through the chair, Sue, then, so how does that change? They talk about nuisance in terms of, got to find it here now, sorry.
It's 18B1. I have the same question.
18B1.
Under the definition, sorry.
Yeah. So nuisance means any use or activity on land which demonstrates disregard for the general maintenance. So you're saying that's an acceptable standard then? So as long as I lay down a whole bunch of shale or concrete blocks or gravel, I can park whatever vehicle on the front of my property. But then you said you refer back to land use. So what are you referring back to land use on then?
So through the mayor to Councilor Nielsen, I'll probably get some clarification from my counterpart here, but also it would be, has to be approved parking areas per the land use and development, right, for the residential areas. So right now, we're going to deal with stuff being parked on grass, on your front yard, that kind of stuff. But if you get an approved development to put in a alley, like a parking area, and it's got concrete, gravel, cement blocks, then it's perfectly fine if it's approved.
Sorry,
But that-
just to clarify, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, gravel is not an approved
Yeah.
surface in the land use bylaw, so it should not be allowed in this bylaw either.
And then to make a correction, it is actually in there, it's 18I, it's dirt and gravel is not approved.
But shale would be.
It could be. But it also says other non-hard surfaced areas, so that's why we have hard surfacing in the definition of the other section.
But then there's a restriction, as I understand through land use, that if I wanted to gravel my entire front yard and park every vehicle known to man on it, I'm restricted by the amount of space I can actually hard surface then. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We do have landscaping requirements for front yards in the land use bylaw.
So then how do we deal with the situation where, so you've indicated that gravel is not considered, and yet it's here in this statement?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm sorry, I would have missed that in the review and I would have had them remove it. It shouldn't be allowed because it's not allowed in the land use bylaw.
Under the definition here, though, it's not allowed.
But that's correct. The
But,
definition of hard
Sergeant Yeager
surfacing.
has indicated that it could be allowed. And so I think we just need to clear up any ambiguity and make sure that it is not allowed.
So that, does that mean that any driveway whatsoever can't be gravel?
Through our land use bylaw, it's not supposed to be. We do have a bunch that are that way. And if we ever had enough staff to be proactive and go out and start enforcing it, we would be sending letters and telling them to upgrade. But they're not supposed to have that.
Based on what?
The land use bylaw.
No, I know, but why is that included in the land use bylaw? So there's a number of older neighborhoods that have gravel driveways. Why would that not be why is that an issue for our city?
It's actually an issue with our alleys as well, because all that gravel gets drug onto the road and it starts to clog up the catch basins. It becomes rocks flying and issues and people coming after the city for not having clean roads, and we got to replace windshields. There's a number of reasons why municipalities don't allow gravel as an approved surface for parking.
So are we working towards paving all of our alleys?
A few meters back, like in all of the new ones, we extend either the concrete or we put an asphalt pad back to keep the gravel back further so it's not coming out onto the roads, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, this one's not under any of the like red ones there, like newly done, but for cannabis smoking restrictions, in the title, cannabis is spelled wrong. And also in part 63 of that, the part that says nothing in this part affects the rights of Aboriginal people respecting traditional Aboriginal spiritual or cultural practices, changed the word Aboriginal to Indigenous. Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 12.2, amendment to the land use bylaw 1804-13 to allow mini storage facility as discretionary use in a C5 district. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. So today I am presenting a proposed amendment to the land use bylaw. So Planning and Development received an application to make a text amendment to the land use bylaw, adding mini storage facility to the C5 shopping center district as a permitted use. The application was made in connection with a proposed redevelopment of 3721 56th Street, which is the southern end of the Wetaskiwin shopping mall, as a mini storage facility on one or both lots. So currently, mini storage facilities are only allowed as a discretionary use in the M1 light industrial and M2 heavy industrial districts. They are also subject to specific use regulations related to fencing and access gates. Administration recommends amending the land use bylaw to include mini storage facility as a discretionary use in the C5 shopping district, and amending the specific use regulations to include provisions specifically for mini storage facilities in commercial districts. And I'll get into that in more detail. For clarity and consistency, we're also recommending amending the general regulations for fence height and location to include the shopping center commercial district under the section 7.1.1.3, currently titled Highway Commercial and Downtown Commercial, and also a minor amendment to the definition of mini storage facility to correct some redundant wording. So the mini storage facility use is compatible with the current shopping center commercial district. The uses currently allowed in this district range from retail, restaurants, and other commercial services to discretionary uses that overlap with other uses that are allowed in the M1 light industrial district. The purpose of the shopping center district is to allow for shopping center development, so the scale of the existing development is consistent with the scale of a mini storage facility. There is precedent for including mini storage facilities and similar uses within certain commercial districts, such as the City of Leduc land use bylaw, which allows what they call commercial storage facility as a discretionary use in their general commercial and their commercial shopping center districts. So the recommended amendment is to add mini storage facility as a discretionary use rather than the permitted use that was requested by the applicant. This is consistent with the existing regulation of mini storage facilities in our land use bylaw, which only allows them as discretionary use in the districts where they're currently listed. Note that all our discretionary uses will be reviewed as part of the land use bylaw review that's anticipated for next year. However, at this time, it's preferable to remain consistent with the existing bylaw while it is in effect. The current definition and specific use regulations for mini storage facility are of course based on the use only being allowed in industrial districts. So allowing the use in a commercial district would require different regulations to ensure that the development does not negatively impact surrounding uses and the character of the area. The recommended amendments include introducing different fencing requirements for facilities in commercial and industrial districts to ensure that any outdoor rental spaces are secure without requiring fencing of the entire lot, as is currently required, which would of course alter the appearance and character of a commercial district. Likewise, outdoor rental spaces should be set back equal to or greater than the primary building so as not to dominate the streetscape. And lastly, a requirement should be added that mini storage facilities in commercial districts must be of higher exterior architectural standards suitable for a commercial area. The existing general regulations for fences regulate allowable fence materials in commercial districts, stating that they shall be chain link and that those in storage compounds facing roadways shall have screening slats installed. Therefore, we actually recommend removing the specifications in the specific use regulations for mini storage that fencing be chain link, just to avoid possible contradiction should the fencing regulations be changed in the future. The land use bylaw doesn't currently provide specific fencing height and location regulations for the shopping center commercial district, but it is similar in purpose, location, and type of development to the highway commercial district. So we recommend that the regulations under section 7.1.1.3 highway commercial and downtown commercial be amended to clearly identify that those apply to the shopping center commercial district as well. Do I need to read the full recommendations? Okay, so to wrap up, the recommended amendments read as follows. Amend Land Use Bylaw Part 2, Section 2.1.130 to read mini storage facility means a secure site containing buildings constructed and used for the rental of bays to persons or businesses for storage of private goods. Amend Land Use Bylaw Part 6, Section 6.20.3 discretionary uses to add mini storage facility, and Section 6.20.11.1 to include reference to Part 8, Section 830, the mini storage facility specific use regulations. Amend Land Use Bylaw Part 7, Section 7.1.1.3 to be titled Highway Commercial, Shopping Center Commercial, and Downtown Commercial. And amend Land Use Bylaw Part 8, Section 830, Mini Storage Facility to read the mini storage facilities in industrial zones shall be entirely fenced. Mini storage facilities in commercial zones shall fence any outdoor rental spaces. Access gates to enter the mini storage facility shall be set back from the front property line by at least 7 meters and shall not swing outward. Outdoor rental spaces at mini storage facilities in commercial districts shall be set back equal to or greater than the setback of the primary building. Mini storage facilities located in commercial districts shall be of higher exterior architectural standards suitable to a commercial area, and building spacing and layout shall meet the requirements of the Alberta Building Code. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives first reading to the recommended amendments to the Land Use Bylaw 1804-13.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Again, just clarification, please. Why the need for it to be named discretionary?
Through Chair to Councillor Nielsen, it's for consistency with the fact that in every other zone it is discretionary, and this would be something that we would review when we do the full land use bylaw review, but we felt that we recommend that it should be consistent with how it is in the M1 and M2 districts.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. So when it says it's a secure site constructed and used for rental of bays and for rental to persons or businesses for storage of private goods, so an RV would not count in there, is that correct?
The definition does allow for indoor or outdoor allotted rental spaces for vehicles and recreational vehicles.
Okay. And when public notice is given, it's within 75 meters of the planned development?
For a discretionary permit? 76, sorry.
76,
Chair to
sorry.
Councillor Elliott, 76
Okay.
meters.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
No.
No. Those opposed? I was directing him to put his hand up.
Oh, I thought that you were now
No.
opposed. I'm like, you're again.
I don't get to vote twice.
I move that City Council directs administration to schedule a public hearing for the recommended amendments to Land Use Bylaw 1804-13 to be held October 23rd, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? This one is carried unanimously. Item 12.3, Fire Bylaw 2041-23. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I'm here to provide Council with an overview of the proposed Fire Bylaw 2041-23 and request a consideration of all three readings at this meeting. Fire Bylaw 1987-20 requires amendments that are outlined below. So some of those amendments, administration recommends removal of the fire pit permit. Instead, we recommend that the location of fire pits to be regulated and then can be enforced, but does not require a permit or inspection. There is a provision in the National Alberta Fire Code 2019 that speaks to the placement of fire pits. When the fees and charges bylaw was created, the penalties and fines were inadvertently removed, and now they're being put back into the bylaw to ensure enforceability without having the fines or penalties in the actual bylaw. It's unenforceable. The fees and charges for services will still remain in the fees and charges bylaw, just the penalties and fines were added back into the fire bylaw. Under the fire chief section, section 4, there were 3 points that were specific to a fire chief job description. They were removed as job descriptions are human resources and should not reside in a bylaw. Administration has provided a proposed new fire bylaw 2041-23 incorporating the changes above as attachment A to this report. And the new bylaw with the amendments have been attached with the changes in red. So that concludes my report, and I can take any questions that you may have.
I move that City Council gives first reading to Fire Bylaw 2041-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, so through the chair, under 11 with offenses, just as a note, it would be to strike AI because it says the fire has been set by fire services with, oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing completely. Okay, no, it's still under the same thing. So it's under A. So it's without a valid fire permit is guilty of an offense. So just striking out that part too if we're getting rid of the fire permit.
Sorry, which section is that?
It's 11 under A.
There's still certain instances where you do require a fire permit, just not a fire pit permit.
Oh, sorry, that was totally my bad. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council give second reading to Fire Bylaw 2041-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council agrees unanimous to consider all three readings of Fire Bylaw 2041-23 at this meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to Fire Bylaw 2041-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Councillor Elliott.
I have a question to the chief. What if somebody pleads ignorance? There is no such thing as ignorance to the rules if they put a fire pit in an area that's too close to a fence or too close to a house or too close to trees or something. There's no excuse for ignorance of the law, is there?
Not usually. Sorry, through
That's
the
okay.
chair to Councillor Elliott. With anything, we like to work with people before we issue a ticket or a fine, so we definitely try and educate them. Once the bylaw goes through, we'll put out the communication to the public that the new bylaw is here. And again, work with, but there is no, it's the bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, Chief. What does this change do in relation to oversight? So, for example, people who had to previously take out a permit gave you some insight as to who was actually putting pits in. Without a permit, they need a land location or a location to put the pit. I think I answered my own question. I'm okay.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Elliott. Those in favor? Carried. Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Log into Facebook.
She won't.
I have no idea. I don't have Facebook
She
on my
probably
phone.
sent it to me too then.
I don't have Facebook on my phone. If you log in over lunch hour, let me know if you got a message. If
Okay.
not, I won't
Yeah.
bother.
So Tyler,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, why do we have to come out of closed session to break?
Because you can't be on a break for closed session.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking that we come back and we go into closed session again, so.
Yeah. Our break can't be in closed session.
Okay.
Sorry?
But I want a secret of,
Okay.
I don't want anybody to know what I
Looking
eat
for a
lunch.
motion to come out of closed session, please. Counselor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will take a break until 12:50. 1250.
1, 2.
So welcome back from our lunch break. Need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. When you're ready.
Big dump in there, and then I'm gonna take a big dump and then put it on your desk, right?
You know those RVs and stuff that were stored over by our place?
Yeah.
People broke into them and then they were staying there and they were going in the toilets.
And you gotta go,
With no water,
You,
no sewage.
where are we here?
Perfect, thank you.
Every time I go.
Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Counselor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item coming out of closed session, are we moving that into new business or motion now? Sorry? Sure, please.
So we have to add these to the agenda, right?
Mr. Mayor? Will we be adding, do we need to add them to new business items?
They need to be added to the agenda.
No, they can come out of closed session.
Mine wasn't out of, oh, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Never mind. Okay.
Counselor Blatz.
I move that council approve the proposed terms of a new lease agreement with Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship.
Moved by Counselor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. I can't see Karen. I'm assuming unanimously.
You gonna move this one?
I think this is the one.
Yeah.
Counselor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council direct administration to cease the direction it originally provided during the council meeting on March 13th, 2023, as it pertains to a legal matter impacting the city.
Moved by Counselor Billingsley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that council directs administration to negotiate a development agreement as discussed in closed session on October 10th, 2023.
Moved by Counselor Elliott. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, some of these motions are somewhat obtuse, but they will be clarified once fruition has come to these different agreements, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so we're not trying to hide anything, we're just making sure that everything gets done first.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. That was it for closed session. Moving on to new business, 15.1, approval to attend the 2023 Stronger Together Conference. Are you going to speak to that, Councillor Elliott?
I would speak to that with my mic on. The Stronger Together is the Yellowhead Regional Library Conference, which they also do in conjunction with the Peace Region and Parkland County Region. And it's the annual conference. There's one session is online, and then there's a 2-day in-person session at River Cree. It's one of the better conferences that there is, and I would appreciate being able to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves Councillor Bill Elliott's request to attend the 2023 Stronger Together Conference virtually on November 3rd and in person November 9th and 10th, 2023 in Edmonton, and that registration, travel expenses, and per diems be paid.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair. I guess my only concern about this is what if during our organizational meeting, which is in 2 weeks, is that correct? If you're not the representative, that would be my only concern. I guess you could.
Then I guess whoever was chosen to be the YRL rep could go in my stead.
Sounds good.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15.2, approval to attend the 2023 Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention Conference.
Mr. Mayor, that conference is on the 23rd to the 25th of October in Regina. The committee, the Crime Prevention Committee is one that, Community Safety and Wellbeing is one that I sit on. It's a task force along with our Director of Community Services, Paul. And Paul is unable to attend, and when he sent me a note suggesting there's somebody from the city be represented there, so I'm asking permission to go to that. This is something that we as a city will be implementing once everything is finalized, and it will be a living document as to how we make our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves Councillor Bill Elliott's request to attend the 2023 Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention Conference on October 23rd to 25th, 2023 in Regina, Saskatchewan, and that registration, travel expenses, and per diems be paid.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I've got 15.3 is
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. I've got 15.3 is derelict properties. City of Edmonton just passed a bylaw creating a new subclass of residential properties. Starting in 2024, the city can charge derelict property owners a higher tax rate as they can increase costs for the city and decrease community vibrancy. It's something that I would like to have explored with our municipality and would put forward a motion asking administration to investigate what that bylaw would be and how it would affect our community. Councillor Billingsley. Correct, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Councillor Elliott. I move to direct administration to investigate
A subclass of residential properties for derelict homes, properties?
Sure, properties probably, because it could be, and I do have a question though.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley, go ahead.
Where's the bar? Where's the standards of what?
There's standards listed in the bylaw for the City of Edmonton, so we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. We would be able to adopt what Edmonton has done and fit it to what our community's needs are.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for you. I haven't read the bylaw. Would this include drug houses? Is that part of what's in their bylaw?
I think it has to be either an abandoned home or a home that's been boarded up.
Okay, thank you.
But again, I'll refer to administration's investigation of the bylaw for the City of Edmonton. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Is there anything else from administration? Nope. Meeting adjourned at 14:39.